Maybe I could reach it. I could. Look at that. We've reached Hotel Zanzibar, which means we have skipped half of the level.
Sergeant, I need you on that bird. My pelicans are gonna start air.
Motherfucking Thomas. Motherfucking Thomas. Wait. There we go. Marty, what the fuck is this? Hey, fishy, welcome in.
Fuck. Okay, so if I sacrifice Chloe, everyone survives. The only people that are affected by that, if I sacrifice Chloe, would be Max, and Joyce and David. Oh god, there's a grenade. Oh yeah. Hey. Oh my god. Shit. Yeah, I know it's... Fucking nuglets. What do you mean, just standing there? There's no woman behind me. Fucking spider, dude. Fuck, I hate him. Oh my god. Oh. I wanted an index, my hardware wasn't up to scratch, and it was almost never available when it was. Yeah, so I think EB Games had exclusive selling rights. Ow, don't bite. Okay. EB Games had exclusive selling rights in Australia, and yeah, they never had them in stock. Okay. What was that? Help. See you, Fives. Thanks for dropping in. Oh. Mate. Nice. Yep.
Sentry gun needs assembly.
Oh! Fuck, man. Yeah, no, I've been able to finish this once before, and it was super challenging the entire time. So if you like a challenge, definitely this game. This game is for you. Back on. Oh, go. The table's gone. Go. Shit. Oh, fuck.
Have fun in there, boy. I'm gonna be back for you later.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Yeah, of course. I just missed the jump.
Evans told me #1 fan.
What?
Are you okay?
Actually, I think I might actually have some brain damage. I'm not sure. Not certain.
Okay, I want to try something new, something different, okay?
Spice up the relationship a bit. That's it. Maybe some chains.
You fucking idiot.
Alright.
I need you to make it to the beam. Make it to the beam for me.
Alright, I'll make it to your beam, babe.
I know it might be a little bit hard because of that brain damage.
Alright, look. After this puzzle, I really need to pee.
That will be valued later on. And
But-
some that may turn out to be regrettable. That fellow in the bar, he was less than helpful, more than a little rude, if you ask me.
Because I know that in Man of Medan, behind like whenever something was going to happen regarding like a character's death, he would appear in the background of him,
Off you go again.
of that scene or the scene. With that side of the story, live in Victoria. Oh God. Oh, gangster. How do I look gangster? Gangster. Jesus, that's not happening again. Oh, poor Victor.
It's weird hanging out with you again.
My microphone was off. I'm back with a cat. That's not for you, buddy. Hey. You gonna sit on my mouse? There's a fucking piano in there. Shut up. God. Now I feel like... Oh, fuck!
Don't you worry none!
What the fuck's this? Oh, motherfucker. God. That actually scared the fuck out of me, hey? Up here. Oh, God.
Oh, that goes the way I need to. I think. What, this way? Pig! I'm gonna suck the pig. Absorb the pig. No, but those hanging lights were chef's kiss. Dan, fuck off. Stop it! Don't clip that. No, don't suck pigs. I'm not sucking pigs.
This must be the river that girl mentioned.
It's not a river. Fail. Oh, thank God.
Fuck me, that's not good, that's not good. Fuck me. Shit. Mother fucking. What is happening? Out of that. Out of that.
Do I pray? I pray every day. This revolution. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. The fuck is that? Okay. Wait, what's that one, Dan? Oh, that yeah, okay. Okay. Ugh, gross. Don't know why I did that. No. Not to my knowledge. He's 35.
A parasite.
Oh. Oh. Oh, all right.
We got this. We've got it. Don't even ask. Don't even worry about it. We have this in the bag.
Oh man, I'm just running from side to side. Hey, I think you're doing the most damage to this right now.
I am just happy to be here. Oh, dead. Oh, God. Marty,
No, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. No! No!
Marty, it didn't have any health left.
Sure, it didn't have any health left.
So I'm gonna use this card. It also says something back. Oh, fuck! What was that noise?
That was a phantom. Type an
What was a phantom?
Oh, yeah.
What was a phantom? Wait.
Thanks for the help.
Oh, bin? What's in the bin? Money. Who throws fucking money away? Down here? Door? Door! Oh, that goes the way I need to. I think. What, this way? Pig! I'm gonna suck the pig. Absorb the pig.
I need a hot dog container, okay? Hot dog container, bam. And then, there we go. Right, okay. Okay. I thought I would just...
No! No! This isn't what I wanted! This isn't what I wanted! This isn't what I wanted! It's probably a good thing that Wookiee didn't make it. Definitely wasn't the smartest one.
to turn your volume down. And with that, I must crawl to bed. Good night, fellow young people. Night-night, Grim. Everyone say night-night to Grim. He's farted his last fart tonight. Night-night, Grim. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Oh, you fucking... I saw it. I knew it was there. And it still got me. It's still...
Okay. Oh!
Yeah, let's Hello gang, how we all doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Who we got here? We got AFK Fishy. Travel safe with the birthday cake. Also, happy birthday to Fishy Jr. If it's today or tomorrow. But anyway, who else do we got? We got Grimmy. Hello, Grim. How you doing? Jantha. Hello, Zuna. I know you're AFK at the moment, but hello. And we got a Curry. Hello, Curry. How is everyone doing today? How is everyone doing? Widow, hey, how you going? Welcome in. So today, small plan. We were going to do some Amnesia. We still might, depending how we go with A Quiet Place. I do want to finish that first. And I think I'm close-ish, maybe. I don't know, but we'll do that. But yeah, we'll do some yappies before we do some games today. So yes, how's everyone's weekend going? I didn't do much today. Woke up late. Did go to sleep at 4. I think I was lurking Jantha in your stream until the wee hours. But yeah, I was doing some game dev, so it was a long night. Very slowly. It is. I'm not entirely awake yet. Look, I think it's the weekend for it. I think it's the weekend. I achieved very little. Yeah. We did. Oh, yeah, no, we did yesterday, actually. We did go to the Disney pop-up store in the city. It's the only physical Disney store in Australia. So I don't know if it's closing down or moving, whatever, at the end of September. And I don't know if it's going anywhere else, but there was more stuff in it than we thought. A lot of the plushies were really good quality. They felt nice. There are a lot of dolls, obviously for little girls, and then there was action figures for not obviously for girls. What am I saying? It could be for anyone that wants to dolls. What am I doing? And then there was action figures. There were a lot of pins. There were some cups. But then we got to the Star Wars section, and everything just looked really, really cheap. Really cheap. Like it was all thin plastic. So we've got, yeah, Marty, it's current. Yeah, I know. Look. So like I've got the Ahsoka up here, the Ahsoka clone helmet, and that's like really thick plastic. And it feels good. It's heavy. But then there was the I think it's like the guard that Kanan wears in Rebels. The guard, the face mask, and it was like really thin plastic, and they wanted like $200 for it. There was a couple statues there, but it wasn't the same brand at all. So the helmets that I get are the Black Series from Hasbro. Disney have their own line of helmets, I guess, and that stuff. It's really weird that they're kind of competing in a way. But the Hasbro helmets are like anywhere between 250 to 350 Australian dollars. And I don't know, the Disney ones were like half that price. They did have some lightsabers, and I think the lightsabers are better quality than the Black Series ones from Hasbro. They are, however, like $500, and the lightsabers from Hasbro are like $250. And it's the same thing that went for their Marvel stuff too. They had Iron Man's helmet, and that looked really thin. Then they had Thor's hammer, and then Tony Stark's arc reactor, and like it's all cool. It's probably not stuff that you would go out and cosplay with. It would just be on the shelf, but it just looks really. It looks cheap. It doesn't look as cool. But yeah, I don't know. I have an old Trooper one. Can't remember who made it. Is pretty okay. Yeah, I've got it's behind my chair, but like I've got this guy here, which is also a Black Series Hasbro one, and that came out fucking 12 years ago or something, I think. 10, 12 years ago, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. The Disney one's not so much. I think I would probably get anything but those kind of items from Disney. So we got Zuna got a little Heffalump from... What's Heffalump from again? Pooh Bear? No. Oh, Horton Hears. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Right. What's the... No, I'm thinking of Inside Out. The dream elephant dude. Anyway. But Zuna got a Heffalump little keychain plush. Is it? Oh. Oh, yeah, no, it is Winnie the Pooh. We got that. We got a Big Hero 6-pin. Very good quality. Yeah, there wasn't really much there. I'm curious if it's going to be if it was kind of like just to see a feeler to see who would actually buy stuff and if it's profitable for them, and then make a store. But I don't know. They might go down to Sydney next or Melbourne. Maybe Perth. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that's what we did yesterday, and then we came home and I just did some game devs. So that's about it. We haven't done much. I did. Oh fuck! I was playing actually. It's a game called Feldwood. It's like a incremental wood chopping game, but you build towers and they shoot things into the trees. Anyway, I was playing that as well till the early hours while I was doing game dev stuff this morning. And incremental games, I have a soft spot for good incremental games, and that one's a good one. So, although now it's saying it's mixed, but last night it wasn't mixed. All right, that's all right. Oh man, oh man. But I was a little late to stream actually today. I was working on. So when we get into it, what am I looking for? Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. Is it going to show? Why are you in no show? Oh, it's because I haven't. It's because I haven't put it on this one. All right. Hang on. Hold on. Sorry. We're good. That was... Okay, so now I've got it. So when I die in games, a little pop-up comes up as well. So I've got to work on it. But just to keep a track, which is nice. Yeah, I saw that. Have you seen Dwarf Eats Mountain? I haven't, actually. I haven't at all. Interesting. I will add that one to the list. So next game is Gamba. Next game is a Gamba game. We will. I just list death counters as yes because it's easier. Okay, I will wishlist that one. Or just have it up. Dwarf eats. Not dwarg. Dwarf. Dwarf eats mountain. Oh yeah, this looks the exact same as Fellwood, except dwarf and higher rated. So I will put that on the wish list. Perfect. Thank you, Curry. Fellwood felt like a pretty straight rip of okay. Okay, so this one came first. Gotcha. Yeah, neat. Yeah, wow, that looks intense. That looks intense. Yes. So the next, what we're going to do is we're going to finish Quiet Place. The lovely Bella actually guilted me into doing the hardest difficulty with microphone enabled. I was doing microphone enabled anyway, but she was like, yeah, you got to do the hard one, hard difficulty. So I was like, okay. And yeah, so we did that the last stream, end of last stream. We got halfway through, and we're going to wrap it up today. And then we'll, depending on the time, we'll start Amnesia, Rebirth, because that's one that I haven't played and I'm keen for. Another one that I then need to do Amnesia, the Bunker, but I don't think that was as well received as Rebirth. So we'll give it a whirl. I need to. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Well, we'll get into it. Actually, we'll just jump straight in. What could go wrong? It would help if I spelled quiet right. Done. Groovy. Oh, here we go. Hello, Rolkus. Thought it was going to be a chill day today. And then all sorts rock up. How you doing today, Rolky? What am I doing? That one. Ha ha ha. My message failed to send. Did you press enter, Rocky? Or what'd you say? You probably said some scuff shit, didn't you? You probably said some scuff shit, and that's why we're here with this. One thing that I do need to... Oh, here we go. Check Discord. Okay, so that one's there. Yep, okay. I want to go to, just while this is doing it. Hey, Sith Devil, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're all having a great weekend. Yeah, it has been pretty cruisy, actually. So Rolkus sent the message. Oh, here we go. What the fuck does that mean, you bald cunt? Rolky, what do you mean that failed to send? Maybe did you try copy paste and sending it again? No, you didn't. Why would you, you know? So just while we're on... I just want to check that Okay, I think I need to... I think it cuts off, doesn't it? The height, let's say 256. There. So then if we were to... that one. I just want to see if it stays in the middle, because I was having issues. Having issues before where I don't think I'll ever get to triple digits, so that's fine. Okay, let's just do that. Cool. Cool. Emp? There we go. Hey Emp, how you doing? Welcome in. How you going? Cool. Okay, well that looks like it's all fixed then. Huzzah. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Oh, none of that. Groovy. Alright, cool. We are good. We're good. Hey Trekkie, how you doing? Welcome in. Sweet. Alright, well. Let's do some Gambarinos. Now, I didn't die, so, Bella thought I was going to die more than I did last one. So, what did I have last time? I had less than 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9. So let's do, how many deaths? And we'll do, I'm mid-prediction. What's happening? Matisha, hello, how you doing? How's everyone going? Oh, welcome in. Who have we got? Real Deck, welcome in. Hey, hey, hey. Agent J, welcome in. Mrs. D. Morticia, how are you? Welcome in. Oh, the Raven Armed, hello. Oh, the Wars Within. Red message, I forgot. Guess what we were doing today? What were we doing today, Matisha? What were we streaming? What were we doing? How are you tonight? Good. It's been a pretty cruisy weekend. The weekend is almost over for us. So not excited about that. But how are you doing? How was stream? What were you doing? You were just chatting. What were you chatting about? Was your chat on one today? X-rated Contexto. Oh no. Oh, so good. Oh, so it was fun then. It was all fun and games. We were playing some Mistfall Hunter at first, and then Contexto, and then X-rated Contexto. Interesting. How and then triple X-rated. Oh man. So that sounds fun. Did you learn a lot? Anyway, Morticia and Raiders, if you need a raid and run, go do that. Go look after yourselves. I'm not too sure what time it is there for you, Morticia, but I'm sure it is late. So please look after yourself. But welcome in, Raiders. I'm a variety streamer / game dev from Australia, Brisbane, Australia. So today we'll be playing some Quiet Place. We played a little bit of it last stream, and I'll be playing the back half of it today on hard and with microphone enabled. So, /legend, stop it, Raven, stop it. No, quit it. How are you liking the amp? I am really enjoying it. There's been a couple times, and I think it might have been the microphone, but it's been a couple times where the creature gets me when I feel like it shouldn't have. But anyway, have you played Raven and Morticia? Have you played this? I learned things about people that I wish I could unlearn. Oh no. We're somehow better at X-rated than X-rated. Triple X-rated than X-rated. It got deep, no pun intended. Oh, so it was fun. It was really good then. Here's a legend, this is true. Stop it. The creature is hack. Honestly, The Wars Within, it did feel like that. So we'll be playing it a little bit more today. Hopefully finishing. I don't actually know how much we have left to go. So we'll find out. I've not played this. If you have to be quiet, I would be terrible at this game. Yeah, I have to whisper. I mean, if you've got the microphone on, you don't have to. You can disable it. But if you've got the microphone on, you have to whisper. And it's really hard because there's moments where you can talk loud, and then there's moments where you've got to, whisper. And there's times where it'll be like a pop-up and you can talk, and then I will exit the pop-up and I'll still be talking and I'll forget to whisper and then I'm dead. So yes, I did like 70% and never finished. Interesting. You're playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, aren't you? I did see you've been playing a little of that the other day. And every other day. But how you going with that? Are you finished with that? He loves Tangier alerts too. Rolkus, shut up. Shut your mouth. But I was just, as you rated Morticia, I was just trying to do predictions, and you startled me. You startled the prediction. So we'll go 1 or 2. We'll leave it at, but as I said, if you need to raid and run, get out of here. Get out of here. And thank you so much for bringing your community over here. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Chat, if you're not following Morticia or even Raven, what are you doing? Go do that. Both super lovely people and just amazing humans. I think that's it. That's a lot of choices, but it is what it is. We'll do 2 minutes. Okay. Got it. I don't care. Don't show me that. Got it. All right. I've taken some time off that back to horror since I was under the weather. Oh, no. I don't actually, I didn't notice, maybe it was because I was lurking and didn't have sound, but I hope you're feeling better. I didn't even realize. I'm terrible. That's terrible. I'm so sorry, Raven. I hope it's nothing too serious and it's just a little fever. But no. Much better today, thankfully. Oh, that's so good, Raven. That's so good. Hope you don't have what Marty had. Yeah, look. It's a very small percentage of people that get pneumonia. And I don't know. I still don't know how I got it. I still don't know. And Gub was going to be, I don't know, on the verge of pneumonia as well. So maybe something going around here in Brisbane. Who knows? Who knows? I don't. Ew. We'll just get to the menu. What's in the extra? Oh, okay. Nothing crazy. Oh, I thought... So I don't have the... Oh! No. Locked behind an account of some sort. Alright. Hey, Sharp, how you doing? Welcome in. Predictions are closed. Who's, manage prediction? Let's have a look-see. Oh. So we got 100 on 3 to 4, 500 on 5 to 6, and then 7 to 8 is the winner. Wow. See, last stream, Bella was like, "You're gonna die so much," and it was like, I think I had it at 14 plus or 15 plus, and Bella voted on that, and I lost the points because I died like 4 times. But yes. All right, game time. Continue. Okay. All right, I've got to not use my loud voice. We're built different, us game devs. I didn't rage once at Arctic Eggs and beat it. What about Alien Isolation, Rolkus? Have you have you beat that? Dude, I love Alien Isolation. I will probably do another run of that before I play 2. But I mean, like, it's a 15-hour game. It's long. Even Jantha finished Alien Isolation. And Jantha, I don't actually think I joined Jantha, or I saw you play 3/4 of it. I think I was watching when you were roughly at the first quarter of it, and you weren't the biggest fan of it then. Jantha, what was your thoughts when you finished it? Were you still kind of in that same mindset of it's not for you, or did you change? Because I know you had a few issues and gripes with it initially. I needed the space. Rolkus, it's set in space, champ. It's literally in space. New goose. Happy I was free. Game was definitely good, well made, but some of the things irked me. Yeah. I think it's not even anything scary about it. Yeah, look, without spoilers, I think the second half or the last third of it is probably the best part. It's definitely slow getting into it, and it can be pretty tedious as well. But I think I agree with a lot of, I think, your comments, the ones that I saw. But yes, no, I'm glad you finished it. Glad you finished it. It felt like I didn't have a lot of control in how things played out at certain points. Yeah, it's very, very similar. Not similar. Linear. Linear is the word that I was looking for. It really shits me with games when you don't have control over the outcome. Yeah, we got to go for. Everyone loves a little bit of choice, but not the choice like Mass Effect 3, where you get to the end and you've got to choose between blue and red and green. Yeah, that was bullshit. The rest of the game was I found fine, but that was okay, cool. I can't talk loud anymore, so I've got to whisper. And I can't talk over. Wasn't even because it's linear. Because some sections it felt like no matter what I did, I just lost. Yeah. Chip's meowing at me. Okay. Let's go this way. Yeah, I don't want to spoil things, so just have to leave it at that at the moment. Yeah, 100%.
Loud noises!
Thank you, Gary, for the biddies. And the Tangia. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Very cool. We got bear traps now. Nummy. On that note, I'm gonna go find some food before I get distracted. Not eat. Yes, go find some food. chat, if you haven't eaten food today, go eat some food. It's important. I thought that was a dog at first. Thank heck it's only a human. I don't think there's any. I haven't seen any animals in this actually. Let's recharge that. Go. Beautiful. It's a lot of bear traps. A lot of bear traps. Okay, we're good. Good, we're groovy. Beautiful. We've got to go. Any picnic baskets? I don't think so. Okay. Spaceship here. Can I? How do I get that? Oh. Have I got to climb over? Yep. Okay. I thought I could sneak around, but I could not. Nothing over there. We'll go this way. The hell is that? A faulty light or someone there? I should check out the flashing. Okay. Dead humans. Got a trap there. Yeah, we'll probably come across a picnic basket or two. So a lot of traps. Whoever is here wants me dead. Cool. Not reading all that. Only put out positivity. Thank nature for its gifts. Try harder. Expect greatness. Remember to have fun. Words to live by, chat. Here we go. Not actually sure. Oh, what's this? Cool. Okay, nothing. Nothing. What's over this way? Anything? No. Alright. And if you fuck up here, there will be words to die nearby. Yep. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Danafi, for that. Appreciate it. Fartsy Martsy, speak up, pal. No, Dan. I could have just climbed it. I don't know. Why didn't I? Thanks, Dan. Okay, so I can't go that way. I've got to go this way. Thank you, Seth. Bear traps can be diffused by throwing objects at them. They're noisy, so be careful. So what would... Oh. I've got to go for that. Is that what it's saying? Fuck off. What is this ASMR malarkey? He's trying to seduce the monsters. It's working. No, I've got to whisper. Because if I speak too loud, the monster gets me. Fine. Okay, can't do that. Not me trying to eat cookies next door. Quietly. No. Well, TV snacks. Nummies. Okay, nothing there. So I've got to go through this door. So in 10 bits, and you scream really loud. It's a good deal.
I'm in danger!
Dan, thank you for the 10 biddies. Gary, thank you for the 10 jail.
Are you?
I'm fine.
I can speak here. It's a good deal. It's not Dan. Shut up. His monk does a stupidly good job of cutting me out. 10 bits just isn't enough for a scream that loud to be scrumped. Scrumped.
Followed me.
Is that a word?
She's not well.
Yeah.
Scrump these.
I never thought. Alex.
She knows about
Danny. Oh my god. Danny's the monster. Sif.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, no, here, put these on.
No thanks.
Don't be silly.
I'm not.
That can't protect you.
Stop it.
Alex?
I'm sorry. I just. I can't. He was my only.
This man just always carries around mittens. Maybe. I don't know. But they all seem to be fingerless mittens as well.
I couldn't see the point of
They're all just...
anything.
I don't know.
When I look into
Why can't they just be gloves? Why do they have to be fingerless?
I know she's still here.
What do we do?
The group that was here left a while ago. They were in contact with someone through the radio. They wrote down the frequency, but the antenna's offline.
Where is it?
There, on the watchtower.
Okay then.
No, I'll go.
You're injured.
You're pregnant.
Only one of us is walking like Tiny Tim. Dad.
Needed to be touchscreen capable at all times. Yeah, that is true. Although...
To help with the antenna.
Okay. Thank you, Fishy.
What?
Now, I just remembered.
Thanks, Fishy.
Laura got me this
Appreciate you.
for my
Looking out for my health and well-being.
I found these. I can direct you to the antenna. I can talk, but you need to...
Stay quiet. I know.
Okay, tap the mic once. for
Hope you're
yes,
having a lovely Sunday.
twice
Is
for
it,
no.
Fishy Jr.'s birthday today?
Good.
Or is it another day?
Be safe.
And what kind of cake did you get him?
You too.
I think I have to... I've got to spin it. Okay. It is today. Cake. Oh. Everyone say happy birthday to Fishy Jr. Right now. Right this very second. I hope Fishy Jr. has had the best day, and Mudcake is
When I entered
an
the cave,
amazing
I noticed a
choice.
sound trap. If you use the multi-tool
Yeah, sure.
to cut the rope, you can deactivate it without alerting any listeners.
He's having a rest. We've had a... Okay, sure. Okay.
Did you do it? Good, Alex. Very good.
Dopey.
Go forward. You'll reach a wooden signpost. When you do, go left.
I kind of want to go right. Oh, dang. You also have to be quite like, hey, Cosmic, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, so you can play it with the mic turned off. But where is the fun? Are you winning, Marty? Yes. I think so. That'll be a good one, okay? The denser the better. Thank you, Grim, for the fun. Appreciate it.
Did you go left? This is odd. Path traced on the map seems to go through a bunch of rocks. Check to see if there's a passage.
Where is it? Cheesecake shop, mud cake sooner. It felt weighty. Okay. I hope the chat sounds included in the game. They're not, thankfully. But it's pretty sensitive to my voice. So, the device in my hand, I've got to keep my voice lower, or the green bar on the right lower than the blue bar. Otherwise, he comes for my bum. Can I click on this? There we go. Thank you, Suna. Marty has to speak quietly so the monsters don't get it. He's not ignoring you. Turn stream. He wants to jump again. Bump Snatcher. The Brisbane Bump Snatcher. Snatching bums. So that's where I'm going. I've got to go that way. Danny, can you please not spam the chat? My mum just got me this computer and I don't want to be
proud. She was always proud of you. So that the next forward would be her right. And the watchtower should be straight ahead. Is that what I think it is? Alex, I can't protect you. Be careful, please.
You son of a bitch. Who's done this? Grim. So what's happening here? Do I have to? If I just chill here. Thank you, Amp. Where are you going? Very good. Danny, I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday, champion. Okay, now I'm out of here. First you remind me I lost my balls. Then you find the hole in the wall immediately. Then you finagle yourself in a way to get past first time. Oh, I've got to go. Hello, Skeeble. Thank you for the raid. How we doing, raiders? How we going? Skeeble, nice to have you pop in. Hello. What were you playing? Fortnite. Ooh. Very cool. It's been a while since I've played Fortnite. Hey, Dylan. How you doing? Welcome in. Thrasher Kitty. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome in, raiders. Nice to have you here as well. Yeah, wow. Was not thinking. I've just got to like quickly change the mindset from speaking super quiet and this. Hello, how you doing? If you need a raid and run, go do that. But hello, welcome in, raiders. I am a variety streamer. I am a game developer from Brisbane, Australia. Hello, Skeeble. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. And yeah, we're playing A Quiet Place today with microphone enabled, so the monsters hear my voice. And cat's just yelling. Chip, what do you want? What's he after? So we got voice going. It's on the hardest difficulty. And yes. Also, hello, Bella. How you doing? Welcome in. I don't... Hello. I love the cat. Yeah, he's currently stopped yelling and now he's making bread. You're such a good boy. Hello, how are you? I'm good, thank you, Skeeble. How are you doing? How are you going? Were you getting the fat dubs in Fortnite? Soggy meatballs. Heck yeah, dude. But no, thank you for bringing the community here. Appreciate it. I'm going to jump back in. So I'm not ignoring anyone here. I just have to speak really quietly because otherwise the monster eats my ass. I don't want that. We kicked some ass in Fortnite, brother. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm not very good at Fortnite. I think I've only came once, maybe twice. I don't know. But I'm usually not a computer make Marty spook the monster, please. No. No, it's the other way around. Wait. Yeah, it's the other way around. Monster spook me. Oh, okay. I chase the monster. Oh, here we go. Bella, don't be mad.
Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Gary, I'm just not good at Fortnite. I'm not good at it. No, stop being a real gamer. Oh, I'm sorry, Bella. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. I've got to be weird. I don't know. It's okay. I can make you mad, Bella. Did he not? Chip, what's up? Hello. Hello. Hey, buddy. How we doing? Hello. Hmm? How you doing, bud? Yeah? Marty, did you ignore her and she cleaned the house again? Wow. No, I wasn't. No. No. I woke up real late. Finally, some good content. Dan, shut your mouth. What are you doing? What's up? You after somewhere? You want to jump off? There you go. I woke up real late. I helped with the bed, thank you. Took the sheets off. And then I'm doing stuff here. Look, I don't come here to get harassed. I don't come here to get abused. I don't wake the fuck up. Dan, how dare you? Soon I can save you. Huh? Is that a ragdoll? It is. It is. He is a mink ragdoll. He's almost 2 in November, and he is adorable when he wants to be, and then an absolute asshole the rest of the time. Oh no, I missed some chat. That is a pretty cat. Thank you, Skeeball. Yeah, he's cute when he wants to be. And then he's got some problems. I don't. I woke Zach up with fresh coffee and a bacon egg sandwich yesterday. Oh, delicious. Zuna was amazing and woke me up with some pastries and a drink from Boost. I forgot the word Boost. Did you? I haven't got there because I'm slow at chat. Yeah, I forgot. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. It was yummy. Delicious. Marty, time to fucking pull your socks up, champ. Fishy. I would if I was wearing socks, champ. I didn't come here to get abused. I didn't, Kitty. And, every day, we absolutely fucking slay at this. Yeah, you're killing it. Marty, time to pull your dainty little thumb out of your date and get to work, champ. Dan, grow up. Why is Marty ignoring us? What did we do? Damn, never felt so ignored and hated my life. Mitch, hello. Did you say something? Have I missed it? Hello, welcome in. Don't come here with that attitude. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Show us your toe. Bella, toes? Zzz. No, not for free. Free dogs. No, not for free. He's got the grippers out. No. Peem Deebles. No, okay, whatever. Hey, Rolfie, how you doing? Welcome in. That's prison. Just one toe. No toes. No toes. Just gonna jump back. Show us a pinky toe. Nickel. No, get another. Get. About toe beans. Okay. Next time Chip harasses me, I'll get beans. I've said many things in my life. Quite a few things today. Oh, yeah, quite a few things today. This is just one of my mess. Yeah. Okay, Mitch.
Alex, are you alright? Please tell me you're alright. Oh, thank God. Alright, now go to the tower and figure out what's wrong with the antenna. You're a fighter, Alex. Just like her. You're stronger than you think.
Good. Cheryl, no dead. Next time Jim harasses you with all his love. No, don't understand fishing. He's an asshole. I can't wait to see if it's gonna be pink beans or black beans. He's got 9.5 pink beans and he's got like a half black bean. It's very adorable. Mitch, I'm tired. It's 1 a.m. Kitty, go to sleep. Go to sleep, Kitty. No, Kitty. Marty Chopin. No, Dan. Not happening. Vera. Has he died yet, Chat? No, not yet. I don't know where all these noises are from. Got no idea. I can't. My show is on. It's Marty. Idiot, stop. Marty, show the beanie weenies. No fishing. Fuck, was that glass? I just walked over glass. Didn't say it. Oh, fuck. Very cool. Why did Dead remove it? What is happening? Hang on. Why is Dead specifically... Sorry, chat. We're just going to fix this up so that way... Commands. Maybe because there's not like a... Oops one, maybe? Hang on. Oops. Okay. We'll do that. And then we won't have... Yeah, okay. That was the issue. Okay. We should be all good now. So, yep. All right. Won't happen again, Bella. My bad. But I've added a... I don't know where it is. I think this side. over here, we've got a little death counter in the top left, top right. My top right, your top left, somewhere. Anyway, that's why I was late to stream today, because I was fixing that up. Dan, grow up. How dare you? Sounds like a dev thing to do. Yeah. 100%. 100%. I haven't died 2 times. No. You guys suck. Dan, I'll ban you. Can we do that? Zuna says no.
Alright, now go to the tower and figure out what's wrong with the antenna. You're a fighter, Alex. Just like her. You're stronger than you think.
No, it's actually illegal, man, Dan. What happens if we ban Dan? Sooner is the hero we deserve and need. We haven't tried to ban Dan since the incident. Need to do things, whatever. Can we just do some exclamation mark dance in chat, please? Just to show support in this trying time for him. Hey, Rang, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, almost cable. Take off the C and the E so it's exclamation mark Dan, not dance. There we go. Where's he coming from? There he is. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotta try and get him. This Dan guy sounds annoying. Yeah, where's this? Where is he? Where you at? I forgot it's glass there. Okay. Fuck, it's dusty in here. I'll try and get through here quickly. Hey Ken, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey Thunder, how you going? Welcome in. I need neither of those. Okay. I've got to get outside quickly. Shit.
just tried to multitask and hold my phone and a can of soda in the same hand. And my phone and a sip of the trying to do everything, kitty. Oh, really? Oh, amazing multitasker, kitty. Thank you, Ken. It's about 4 feet, so I think you'll be okay.
Now look, Buster, let's have an understanding. Now what? Brother, what a way to run a railroad. Now, as I was saying...
I chose the right side then. Bye, Yoda. Easy. Easy peasy. Is there anything up here? Oh, yep, okay.
You did it. Radio's working. Listen. This is Task Force Empire to all available units.
Thank you for that, Gary, by the way.
This message. Convene at the harbor in Clinton. We're loading boats and we'll regroup at an island due east. Creatures cannot swim. I repeat, the creatures cannot swim. This is Task Force Empire to all available units. If you're receiving this message, convene at the harbor in Clinton. Did you hear that? How long has it been since they recorded that? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's our best bet. I'll pack. Meet me at the station.
Why do you need a PO box so I can send you drawings of your cat now that I've found out this information? I've never actually looked into this before. So it might have to be something that I send it to Sasses. That is true, you can always put it in Discord. Of course. The command doesn't work when I have Facebook. Interesting. Okay. So. Because why would it work when I am? No. Good. How about that? Got the amount of people telling me just Sass me really. I can imagine Sass just being like, "Why the fuck did you send it to me?" I don't care. Okay. Yeah, okay. This away.
Okay, that's everything. I have enough food for... What are you doing here?
Where is she?
makes sense. Gabby. No. Gucci. It's gonna get you caught with that coughing. I think she's doing it on purpose.
Laura, let go of me. No, don't be stupid.
I'll mess you up. I don't know when the last time it saved was. So I've got that. I can destroy that. I'm not sure if that's that way, maybe. A lot of bricks. Let's go this way. I'm just trying to live. Can I speak here? Yeah. I can smell chemicals. Did you chemical clean? Oh. I was like, it's really strong. Thanks. Thanks. Take his mittens. The gun. You would take the gun. She dropped it. I saw it come out of her hand. I ever make a drawing, stuff it in this corner, put it aside, so if I ever get to send it to you, it's safe. I have a pad. Physical art is like my thing. Oh. Okay. Alright. If ever we get a PO box letter, we'll put it up. That sounds amazing. Hey, fancy pants, how you doing? Welcome in. Go. Go. wait. This one has 2. Yep. Thank you, Scotchy. Go lurk, Scotchy. Do what you need to. Gee, fancy, how come your mum lets you have 2 songs? Okay, cool. Hey Ali, how you doing? Welcome in. Fuck off me off. Me off guard. Cheeky farts. Okay, so I need this. This. I love this game. So many people hated it. I hope you're enjoying it. I am. I'm also trying to live sooner. No, I'm enjoying this, I really am. Some bills over here. Soon I come fat and I'm like, hey, no. How unpopular would you be if you ran in, shouted something in the mic, and then ran off again? Fancy. She wouldn't even need to run. She's about a meter away from me. I'm so sorry, Zuna. Feel free to stir up shipment. It's almighty like a feeling grenade. Nada. No. You couldn't do that, Zuna. It's illegal. There's a thing here I can crouch on. Oh my god, you're wild. Yeah. This is very tight. This is very tight.
What? Now, how did that get me? I threw a bottle, made zero noise. Anyway. People buy gamer girl bathwater. I'm sure there's a market for farts in a jar. 100% someone has tried to sell their farts in a jar. Fancy pants. This is day 2 for me, so I'm thrilled to see what's next. Ooh. Critter using hacks. 100%. You were so loud, Marty. Come on. I heard you from here. Sorry, Ali. My mistake. Thanks, Rolkus. Get good, please. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. I didn't mean to make that noise. Soon I wouldn't have done it. Fuck off. Go away. Okay. Ali, you're so right. I would have died just after. Fitting that I'm wearing my scare me armor. I finally slid t-shirt today. Hilarious. Okay, I'm going to review.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Rolkus, shit yourself. Respectfully, shit yourself. Yeah, the movie came first. Maybe the second. I think this came out just before the second movie or around the same time. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll get a second game, Ali. Would be good though, to be honest. Fuck off. Fuck off. It's the water. I thought that was in game, because the second movie wasn't. The first one was definitely better. fuck, I've got to go around. It's such a long way. Oh, I just had an idea. Can we volunteer Ally to accept the NotMardee? Can't picture. Partially joking, but Chip. Oh, here we go. What's up? You coming over? Hello. 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 Oh, but I'm nowhere near Marty, 100%. Hmm? What's up? Hmm. Chip stream. Yeah. Oh, show beans. Oh. Chip, I've got to show everyone your beans. Can I show everyone your beans? Mm. That's my nose. Okay, hang on. Ugh. Sorry. Beans. Hello. Oh. Oh, you're so big. Oh. What's happening? Hang on. No, I need to adjust you. Oh, he's okay. He's off. He's going. Oh, big stretch. He's chilling with Zuna now. So, yeah, I think it's his one of his back feet that is a black bean, but I think all the other beans are pink. And his front ones? Yeah. Oh, he's sniffing his snacks. That was the highlight of my entire day. I had a tough day, brother. What the heck? Oh, yeah. Well, kittens always make every day better, don't they? He's such a goober. Hmm. What else? I had one pink bean. It's cute. So he's got like one. I think it's one bean that's pink, but then he's got a paw that's like half and half, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've specifically looked at his the spread of the pink and black on his beans. Zuna's trying to have a look, but he's like, no. Yeah, so he's got pink, 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 pink. I see pink. It's all pink. Where's the... No, it's all pink. I don't know. He's not enjoying that, whatever it is. I love Cato Beans. Oh, they're so cute. Marty's my kitten. Stop it, Rolkers. Need Danny to confirm. Yes. My races are cats. Went ahead and dyed his toe beans just to trick you. I think so. You're just going to chill over there. Okay. Shy cats could be. Also, they fucking hate each other. It's a Chip. Oh. Chip hasn't been around another cat since we got him. We do want a second cat. Fuck, I've got to go around the other side. That's bullshit. He's Supreme Cat in his house. Maybe that's was the water I stepped in. Maybe.
wasn't making any noise. Rip. Minnie and Elsa tolerate each other. Ragdolls are extra fussy and bitchy, I think, but a boy might be different. Yeah, we're not too sure how he's going to be. Hope he's fine with it. Yeah, a British short-haired boy. So... Frank's best mate is a chihuahua. Small. Whatever. Whatever. Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Bella would be so happy right now. 100%. Have you tried not dying? Yeah, a little bit. I... This bit was one of the most painful. Okay, this is trying to help. Fishy. You're always open, bud. Oh, don't be like that, Fishy. I hate that sound. It sounds like he's coming after my chiplets when I do that. That's real poopy. Real poopy. So basically when I do that one, I've got to just come back around.
It might be good.
Fucking hell. It's just that little, that area where you crouch through. It just always somehow knows. I'm not stepping in the water.
Thank you, Carrie. The amount I stored, how many eggs I survived the first night. Yeah. Well, I'm not surviving this. At all. Also welcome in, son. This is the run. Is there something here? Thank you, Dubby. Hey, Purple, how you doing? Welcome in. It looks so locked in, and I can't stand for that. Sorry, Dubby. Oh, look, let's look locked in. I actually don't know what not looking locked in looks like anymore. I forget what my normal face is. I'm not locked in. Thanks, I can't remember Fishy. I know I said at birth of Fishy Tuna. So I think we did. Yeah. Oh, Purple, thank you for the 7 stream. What time did you end up finishing stream though this morning? It was late, right? Yeah, Fishy Junior and Fishy have had a big day. Big day. Pebble is a big no-sleep enthusiast. Pebble hates sleep. Hates. Actually, I might be fine down here. Okay. No, sleep hates me. Oh no. We're good. Michi. It's why Purple and I are rivals. Should nap as much as I do. Actually, we have a toxic relationship. Oh, can I talk here? I can. I can because there's water. Oh. I do need to get myself a drink, actually. I'm a little bit parched and thirsty, so BRB.
Took longer. Oh. Oh. Took longer than I thought. What have I missed? What have I missed? 1 week till new Jason. Wait. Whoa. Hold on. What's the Jason Statham? What movie is it? I've just gone onto his IMDb. What movie? Shelter? Is that it? Love me a good Jason Statham. Where I yelled when I got to the water. Felt so good. Yeah. Yep. That's me right now. Do I respectfully ask you to calm down? Yeah, Zuna. Oh my god. Hey, Clyde, how you doing? Welcome in. Respectfully, no. No, fair call. Mutiny Pump Bros into Marty stream. Yes, thank you for all the Pump Bros into Marty stream. Pump it up. Oh, it feels so good to just chat normally in here. In this area. I'm going to forget what it's like to whisper. Oh, when did she change to these mittens? I don't think we put them on when old mate gave it to us. I tried doing that move like Scotchy, but it looked like I was playing with 2 peens, so scrap that. Look, that is fair, Ali. How did it look like 2 peens, though? Surely you were just air pumping. Surely.
I'm drowning.
Oh, chat normally, yeah. Totally misheard.
I don't know which way's up.
Oh, it's daytime now. I don't know, for some reason I couldn't get it down. Maybe we need Scotchy to give us like a tutorial. Because I don't know what the fuck. I think my chair was going back and I went like this to stop. And then obviously Dan's like, computer, make a gif of that. And then computer, upload it to Twitch. And then computer, make it my new emote. And that's me. I just look like I'm half raising. Okay, this area is just really loud. Not that one. Okay. Slightly. Exact mimic of Dan. Oh, computer. Make me an emote of Pookie, please. Neko computer. Slightly. I don't know what it is today, but I've got coughs. I don't know what it is. They're slightly lifting now, so I think so. Only ever so slightly. Wait a second. Am I wearing 2 different gloves? 2 different mittens? Yeah, I am. This one said, why the fuck am I wearing 2 different mittens? Down I go. I honestly thought I was watching Dan. Exact one-on-one voice. Hell yeah. My Dan impressions are getting better. Waiting patiently for the novel of you and Dan. I don't know. Wait a second. Oh, it's coming up as microphone not talking, so I can talk here. Yeah, Dan's writing that, typing it up. I don't know how far he's got with it. Actually. Are they sailor mittens like sailor wellies? I don't know. Well, like we've got... Before we had 2 red ones, and then I guess our dad gave us the black ones, but we're only wearing 1. Oh, I can talk here? Is it loud? Oh, I can't. I can't. It's like a 50-50. I don't know why. Hang on, I'm curious. If I just talk like this, that's fine. I am curious though. Okay. So they can still be. I wouldn't know how to get to that. Okay, it looks like it's a bit of a tunnel. I think the entrance for that somewhere's down. Not that way, down here. Okay, with me in here. I'm curious. With me here, can it get me? Surely. Surely it can't. Surely it can. See, that's weird to me. I know, look, it's probably because they didn't want to like animate it going through a tight, like a small hole or whatever, but it just feels weird to pull you out of it. I don't know. Why are you pumping? I'll animate your small hallway. Thank you, Scotch. I had a co-worker in kindergarten in comedy. I was wearing sailor wellies, except he didn't know. Fancy pants. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for using up Prime as well. You don't need to. I appreciate it. And now you've got ad-free viewing and access to a bunch of different emotes. Of Dan and Sass. Some of me. I actually need more of me. I need to sort that out. Wait. Prime doesn't even stop the current ads. Like if there's ads already going. It seems like a flaw. I had a co-worker in kindergarten. I was wearing sailor wellies, except he didn't know. Red football, cool stuff. It's been a while since I've heard sailor wellies. AFPA don't welcome me. Shame bags carried. Oh, cool. Okay, so I can make my own safe passages in a way. Neato. Oh, Scotchy, how was movies today, by the way? I was going to join and then I was like, oh. Oh my god. Don't know why I'm coughing so much today. I was going to join and then I remembered that I'm actually streaming today. So, and then I wanted to set up a couple things. Yeah, they were good. Hell yeah. Because it was the Nice Guys and... Oh, it's not coming to my head. But yes, Nice Guys. I really like the Nice Guys. Nice Tower. Oh, banger. Absolute banger. Still holds up? Yeah. Sharp. No, Grim. Sharp isn't self-promoting, actually. Thank you very much. It's because you're always on that damn phone. Go back to whispering. It is a very pretty game. Can Sam, let's run out. I think they might be able to. I don't know. It's not sandbag over there. Sandbags can run out. Thankfully, we have one over here. And I can finish that. And then we can... We've got access to another bag then. Cool. There we go. Where is this? I think I do need you. Give me that. Okay. Can I crouch with this? No. Okay. He's the Sandman. He's the Sandman. So I'm assuming there's over here somewhere.
Oh my god. It's like a little tickle. But I don't think I'm getting sick. So I was just sick. It makes sense. Let's drop you there. And I get this plank here. Put you down there. I am curious about what's over this way. Probably should run. Hmm. And then link it up with this one. There we go. Neat. What's that? Or am I just going back up? Why am I going up? So I've had 3 parts. And I don't know what's correct. Oh, this was correct. Fuck. There we go. Is this gonna be a... It's a big area. 1 or 2 of something. That's right, letters. The D&D character, yeah, one shot. There is. I'm still curious if we could, what the code was for the suitcase. Thank you, Daniel. I really do love the Marty's concentration face. It's also his baffle. What do you mean by that? Sooner. That's rude. It's not rude, what the fuck? Daniel, it is rude. Okay. He's been doomed. Gooch.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Daniel. 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 Thank you for that.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you'll do you once you could do so you want them to do you so much you could do anything?
Real quick, by the way. Thank you, Curry, for that. I'm assuming I'm going in here. Very good. Yep, down here. Oh, we're underneath them. Oh, okay, I can just talk down here. I'm gonna go over here. Cool. Dan, that jump scare fucking got the bejeebas out of me. All of them. Thanks for that, Dan. Really insightful, actually. Real quote, by the way. If these things can't see you, could you just play a sound over a cliffside and have them all jump to their death? I mean, maybe, but they also climb, right? So, like, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. This is what dementia sounds like. I think I've got a whisper again. Yeah, I've got a whisper. Chip's just fucking meow on that sooner. He's got a problem. He's decompressing. Aren't they like super tough and this stuff? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I'm in. Where does that key go? Stomach. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good. He's all over there. Beautiful. So where does this key go?
Milshi uko kamyo myo kipum myo me myo nam myo dam me myo dam myo myo des en myo myo kan pestro myo myo destro myo be myo destro myo myo destro myo bestro myo desthouse myo.
Thank you for that, Dan. Fuck off, go away.
Hello, Marty. It's me, Dr. Phil. Or as you so sweetly nicknamed me, Dr. Fill Me Up. Oh, man. I haven't stopped thinking about that tickly beard all weekend. God damn, boy.
It's the fucking chuckles that he does. It's the fucking chuckles. Go away. Fuck off. There's no reason for you to be doing this. Okay, good. We're very good. We've made it. This game is basically not even navigating safely right now. It's from Jib. Yep. Chip is, I don't know where the fuck Chip is. That's the worst part, where you don't know where the fuck he is. I need to... You. Okay. I'm not reading all that. Congratulations. It's all my condolences. Realistically, would you be walking through this?
Scary. There's a horror game in there somewhere. Hired nummy ankles from Hidden Kitty. Nummy. That's pretty loud down here. I think I can talk regularly. Me normal voice. Oh, there's a thing. Grungy Cat Demo Tape 2020. Grungy Cat Demo Tape. Interesting.
Oh, cheeky. Hello, Marty. It's me, Werner. Or as you so sweetly nicknamed me, Werner Schnitzel, Giggles. Mein Gott, I haven't stopped thinking about that tickly beard all weekend. aroused. Goddamn boy.
Man, he even said aroused. Jeez Louise, fellas. That Dr. Phil one's definitely the more diabolical one. Yeah. Right, that's right, because it has to be a T3 of sorry, V3 for the bracket stuff to work, doesn't it? But still worth. Still worth. Thank you for that, Curry, by the way. Scanning. Creatures can focus on... Why am I still getting tutorials? Like 6 hours into the game. When you hear the vibrations, try to be... Surely this would have been helpful, I don't know, at the start. So when they open up, you've got to stop. And this would explain probably why you'd get caught so early on. So it is new. Because it does the blurry vision. But surely you'd introduce that. It is a bit annoying, to be honest. I just want to be able
It's over this way. Spaceship. Be very quiet. We're hunting bodies. I'm not sure if they can get me while climbing this. I don't want to risk it. Very neat. Riveting. 100% that would have chased up and killed me.
I can't go any faster.
What are those things? The hospital must be in that house. Yes, Ken.
He hasn't called back. We'll be there soon.
They should have gone. They're getting on us! What do we do? Only thing we can. Elvis here.
Don't give her a gun.
You can't shoot.
Laura's right. I don't know how to shoot.
Simple. Right? Point, shoot, and reload. Like this.
Out of the way.
It's Call of Duty now. You can't kill creatures, but you can shoot their claw. Oh, okay, sure. So I just gotta shoot claws.
That's good. Christ! Right, to your right!
See, I want to see more of what's happening out there. I don't care about shooting their claws. Right? Like, that looks sick. I want to be seeing that. Sneaking through. Oh, it's jammed. That's okay. We didn't need to shoot anything. This side. This side. Go away. Hello, I'm still awake. My partner and I got into the topic of divorced dad rock and emo music. Wait. Go away. Go away. And how I like it and he hates it. Oh, no, really? It's one of those late night chats, kitty.
How's the hospital? Look out! Jesus!
Kablango.
Dad?
Just breathe. You got this.
It's so funny, it's nearly 3 a.m. Kitty, go to sleep. If there's louder noises happening
and then we're driving, wouldn't the creatures be attracted to the louder noise? I mean, we are shooting. But like, for example, like explosions, right? Oh, I'm shooting. Oh, okay. Okay. Rip. Sorry, I've just had to Amazon tried to take out some money for an order which I put in yesterday, and then it's saying there's not enough money. So that's right. It'll try again, surely. You're it. I know it's broken. The green lights aren't on there. Time to chuck it away. Okay, I forgot I need to whisper. It's whispering time. This way. How effective would flashbangs be against these little critters? The noise might be really ear-piercing when they do, like, when they open up. That might be a good time to do it. I don't know how long it would stun them for, though. But surely. Everyone's pretty vulnerable when they open up. That is true. Gary, that is very true. Put down. Open sesame.
Right. Why aren't people just turning on radios to static and leaving them everywhere? I mean, they might have. But then the creature would just destroy the radio, right? Why not flare? What do you think? A yoink. Okay. Oh, I've got it. Wheel. Yep. I get it. I hated that. I'm keen to see where they take the next movie, to be honest. Yep. Alright. Probably to theaters. God, you're so right, Scotchy. You some fucking... Let's try this door. It's probably gonna be locked as well. I mean, there's obviously a difference between running water, other natural, consistent, etc. So they would be stuck like shitty guy attacking streams and each other. Oh, 100%. It's... like none of them are attacking these loud noises, right? No one's attacking waterfalls. What I can think of for the movie would be kind of jump ahead. I know he was taking the fight back to them. Yeah. Be good. So they killed one at the end of one, didn't they? remember anything about two. I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any of the films. Come on. There we go. But have they killed any of them in the movies? There are 3 films. One is centered on day 1. On day 0, day 1. And then I don't think they killed any in that, if I recall. And then there is the first movie, and I think they killed one at the end. I can't remember. And I cannot remember anything about the second one. After. Except for that, Cillian.
It's bullshit. Except for that Cillian Murphy's in it. And that's all I remember. I don't know. I think I spoke when it was doing its little thing. Hey, Jess, how you doing? Welcome in. How you going?
Hey, Griffey. How you going? 25 Stream Street. Can't believe I've streamed 25 times. Crazy. Did I miss anything in here? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Happy Sunday. Did you get up to anything exciting, Jess and Griffey? Well, this weekend at all? I didn't think that. Okay. Well, I did some gardening. Hell yeah. Let's just go down this way to start off with. I do have to say, these buckets are fucking massive. I accidentally slept for 12 hours, must have needed it. Oh, it's a long time. What a good sleep, though. I'm just trying to set up a time lapse of a little drawing. Oh, awesome. Are you sharing that with the class? I would like to see a time lapse of a Griffey drawing. Two microbes. Okay. I'll share with the class. Perfect. Thank you, Jess. Oh, wait. Oh, I meant it. Oh, this makes sense. The monsters hear the farts. No. No, they do not. If they did, I would be dead. 100% dead. Okay, I don't know where this one's meeting. So, it wants me in there. Oh. There's a fucking hole. And I missed the hole. I'm a giant ding dong. Beautiful. That's great. Okay. Alright, I've got to turn this water off.
I mean, mayo, 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 mayo.
Dan, did you want to explain yourself, please? Hey, Ginger, how you doing? He was starting to get it by the end. He's learning. Hey, plebs, how you doing? I can't. Sorry, plebs. So can I speak here? Or does he get angry? Thanks, Dan. Okay, he's just jumping backwards and forwards. Cool. Hey, Plebs, how you doing? You can hear me now because I can speak up a little louder. Oh, what long arms you have. Ooh. Yeah, they're fucking massive. I'm really enjoying this, Plebs. Have you finished this? I have some bits, maybe some out there. Like that? Surely, I don't even know where it was. There's no reason why it should have seen me. Heard me. Whatever. That's a joke. Joke. Or hopefully I don't have to do that entire bit again and it returns me back up to the top. That's annoying. Is that bad? Is what bad, Dan? Oh, me dying? Maybe. Seen and heard. Shirred. No.
I don't think it's funny. Stupid. Can I go through? Yep. No, it's a brick, Ginge. Hey, Hans, how you doing? Welcome in. So, I'm not making the noise.
Hello, Cup. That was fucked. No. I think it was the flare ginge. So even when I throw it, it thinks that I'm making a noise. Because I wasn't doing anything.
Loud noises!
These guys. Grow up. Yup, I'm very locked in. Yeah, so for some reason, when I hit the flare before, it made it sound like it was coming from me. Maybe I was too close to it. I don't know. It came straight from my butthole. I'm reading all that. Thanks, though. Who's flush? Blank. Oh, this way. Love that the deaths is at 9 and no one voted you'd get that high. No one's winning pot. Yeah. Obstructed. Can I? Do I have it? I don't have a thing. Am I meant to have a thing? Where's the thing? Oh, fuck. There's brakes. I can't. Fuck. There's not like a blank anywhere, is there? We trusted Marty. Yeah, look. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, there's a blank. Okay. Mistake number 1. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
of stupid deaths, though, I have to say. Is someone flushing every time or what? Better than making a number 2. Make it Griffey. Is that the door I can? It's really dark here. Yeah, so even with the flare thrown, the green bars is the noise that I'm making. But if I'm not doing anything, so basically, when there is a flare, the creature will know where I am. Because he's an arsehole. Hey, Icepicker, how you doing? Welcome in. Come to a NotMardee stream. You need to do a lot of shitting. It's just how it is. Open this now. Come on. There we go. Oh, screw. I took the screws out. Okay. The camera playing just made such a loud noise, and I probably got worried that it was on your stream, even though I'm wearing headphones. If that was a super loud noise, I would be dead. Idiot. Oh, is this a safe space? No. Is this a safe space? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Hey. Oh, man. Fucking tense. I don't think I've missed anyone, but if I have missed anyone, hello, welcome in. Fuck. Yeah, butt clenching. Yeah. It's just, I'm too locked in. Because I can't say anything. I can't make any noises. Wait, why is it counting blue here? This is meant to be a safe place. Where are the tents? Inside. Weird. Weird. In the buttholes. Tents in my ass. Okay.
Oh, damn it.
but tense. Hey, Deuce, how you doing? Hope you're enjoying this. I love it so much. I'm really enjoying it. It's very tense. And I'm locked in. I've been so locked in. There's been a couple times where I've died due to something being fucky-wucky. But for the generally it's really enjoyable. I would love a sequel. Yes, yeah. Ali was just mentioning that it'd be really sick if there was a sequel, but yeah, I don't think so. I don't think this one sold really well, and I don't think it was received very well either, which is weird. I don't know why it wasn't received very well, because as a horror, like you get pretty locked in. So maybe it was, I don't know, the whole voice. Like it's not. I don't think it would be really scary if you're not using microphone. Am I out of the safe? Am I out of the safe area? Okay, no, this is still the safe area. But I think if you weren't using the microphone, I don't think it would be as scary. Maybe that might be a thing where it's like two people didn't receive it very well because you had to have a microphone on for it to be like that, but I don't know. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I hope you're doing well, do so. Okay. Multiple choice tunnels. More beans. Not for sure. The forcing you to be quiet is the best part. Yeah, 100%. There has been a couple times that I've died due to just forgetting and just talking loud. So I don't really get this bit. I think I've got to keep it in the middle bit. Interesting. Yeah, not like that. Thank you, Gary. Up rose in the street.
It's so dumb. What's this one? Hey Stevie, how you doing? Come in. I think you have to yell like when bears are near. I might have to actually. Oh fuck, there was a ladder there I could have gone up. I didn't have to fucking climb around. He was following me. I'd love if Chip just jumped up on your desk and meowed. Fuck. He's currently sleeping right next to me. I think he's. Do this one. It'd be a real shame if Marty's phone went off, wouldn't it, sooner? It's on silent. It's always on silent. Never loud. Never loud. Stevie, thank you for subscribing. You don't need to. Thank you so much. You don't need to at all. I appreciate it. Oh, I've got to go this way. Fuck. It's blocked me off, so I've got to go a long way around. I guess to B, right? Rotating to B. I do think there's a brick in the middle, but I ain't gonna touch it. I'm not gonna go there. Jump the other way. God, it's dark. I can't see shit. Right. Oh, fucking hell. It shouldn't have found me. Hey Nikki, how you doing? I don't think anyone's winning the Gambas at all. Fucking hell. Please have auto-saved when I did the valve. It's actual bullshit. So I guess the issue is if he does that and I'm out of his range and I don't know that he's doing that, I think I'm technically in his range still. If that makes sense. What? That's bullshit as well. Oh my god. I didn't even make a noise. Didn't even make a noise. I, picked up the... Thanks, Curry. I thought that might have been you. This game is infuriating. Yeah, there's been a couple deaths beforehand that shouldn't have happened, and I don't know what it is. It's definitely not when he's like, I don't know, scanning or whatever the fuck they're calling it.
But it was like when I picked up the spaceship, and I probably shouldn't have done it. But there was no reason for me to do it. When I picked it up, to be honest, I thought I was going to get something like you've already collected this kind of thing. But it kind of made a loud noise, and I don't know why. It heard the sounds that were in your heart. Oh, to be honest, maybe. Maybe. The spaceship is a big part in the first one. Sorry. Just because I'm curious. Thought it was going to come all the way up. Dan, I'm not playing, I'm not watching you play Doki Doki Literature Club. Thank you, Daniel. You prankster.
Dan, don't be like I can't even defend myself. Fuck game. Stop. Stockholm Syndrome. When the Brisbane grabber speaks, you let the fuck off, Dan. Nice. The fuck? I just wanted to open the door. That's all I wanted to do. What the absolute fuck? See, this is what I'm saying. What's for dinner tonight, Marty? Pal. We're gonna have some spag bowl, I think. We're gonna have some spag bowl. What are you gonna have, Dan? Just let the man love you, Marty. Yeah, look. He can love me. He just abuses me all the time. So I gotta abuse him. Who's cooking? It's leftovers, Dan. Yeah, that was fucked. So I don't. So I grab that and head down the stairs and hope that it doesn't burst the door again. I'm making roast pork. Yum. Delicious. So I'm just seeing if he's gonna burst through this fucking gate again. Probably not. Probably not. Let's go again. Oh, you son of a bitch. Come on.
Oh, yeah!
Make it carry. So I've got to go over there. Just straight line. Fuck off. Okay. Oh, thank God. Game's so fucking tense. Hey Jenna, how you doing? I'm not sure if I can do this way. I've got to go down.
Oh. Yeah, going well, Jeddah. Going well. Just yeah, haven't been able to. I've been too locked in. I'm just too focused, and I can't talk really. It's fucked. Great stream game. Manual flashlight? Use R to recharge the manual flash. Beware of the... I don't have... Since when have I had this? Wonder if there are any island nations which are untouched by the monsters. I'd be curious too. I would be curious as well. Because we've only really seen America, right? This way. Thank you. Thank you, Ginge. Amazing. This earlier was probably hit by one of the meteors, as it was a pretty big target. Yeah. I'd be curious what was and what's not got hit by anything. And these guys can run pretty quick. So I'd say America, Europe, 100%. But I'd be really curious about what smaller islands and yeah. Of course. Oh, that was pretty bloody. I think that's the bloodiest one I've seen so far. Yeah, New Zealand might be okay. Yeah, yep. I wonder if Taz would be okay, to be honest. We have very tight quarantine. I hope the monsters didn't bring fruit. Fuck. The harbor. So I wonder if this is the last chapter, last level. Coming up next on Border Control. Yeah. But New Zealand and Southeast Asia. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. Mate, you can bring in your alien avocado. New Zealand is always okay. It was back before my mum actually backed it for me. On alien with a keyboard and controller. Mate, this is alien Coke. You're not allowed to bring this in, mate.
in. Just hold it for a mate. Okie dokie. Factory sealed alien almonds are okay. Mate, is this a alien fruit? You're fucked. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find the code, but I don't actually know where to look. Is it just notes? Maybe it's just notes around the place. I swear to God. I'm sorry. Just those. The birds just going straight up in the air. Into the distance. Yeah, I must go. My people will need me. Fucking hell. Is this the code? 6-2. Professional. Very cool. At least in this world, you won't have someone riffing their motorbike down the street at 2 a.m. It's just the aliens outside. Illegally brought in alien cocaine and revving motorbikes at 2 a.m. And what are you going to do? They'll kill you. You can't say shit. I forgot to rev my Civic 3 last night. Hey, there's always tonight, fancy pants. There's always tonight. Oh, is that fucking sand? I haven't seen sand in a while. Give me that. I want sand. Shit, it's not. It's not sand, it is sand. Oh. That's bullshit. I did not make noise. I did not. Oh, hi, alien. Fuck. Why is there not a save closer? why is there not a save closer?
Anyway. Ampersand? Maybe. So anyway, Alien, how's your sex life? It's just devastating. I've had to fucking do this on it again. It's just so slow. Right here. Mickey, thank you for the 100 BDs. 100 BDs. Let's fucking go. Like, here we go. Basically back to where it is, but I need to do this again. 629.
You shall not pass!
Thanks, Dollar. Also, hey, how you doing? Welcome in. So is it pointless to go for that sand? Thank you, Daniel. Appreciated it. Joker, you absolute big stuff. Dan, are you actually playing Doki Doki, by the way? Because that's a great game. And if you're not actually... Thank you, Dollar. Very good game. Very good game. It's been a while since I've played it, but I loved it. And it just sticks with you as well. That's loud as shit. I just... Is it loud as shit because I'm whispering and everything, so that's loud. I'm after this fucking sound. Okay. Bit loud. I was gonna say that normally, but that'd be too loud, and then I have to redo this fucking section again. A bit loud, innit? Fuck away from me. Maybe I did not win my meat raffle. No moose. Mew. Mew. Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm so locked in. I was trying. Oh. What? You were trying one? This dude. Fuck. Sam. Okay, good. Good.
it really loud. Once, F the monsters, then you're free to live your life. Stevie, I think that's too smart. I think Scott, you mentioned before. Scott, you mentioned before about a flashbang. And I really think a flashbang would be... Let's see. Bitch. Are they slugs and can't touch soul? No, it's sand, gingerbread. It's to soften the footsteps. It's to soften the footsteps. So I can be a little bit louder without notifying them of where I am. Just fucking pop it away. Okay, jam. So I guess I meant to go through petrol station. I don't know where all these noises are coming from. Yeah. House. Yoink. Okay. Good. Make it change. Can I go through it? No, I cannot go through it. Wait, where does this game want me to go? My headphones are dying too. So it wants me to go. Let's make over that way. Oh, okay, here it is. What a weirdly big area. There's something that I'm just gonna half skip. Okay. Okay. Cute. Fuck off. I hate that. Hate it. Stop. This flashlight sucks. Hey, Floofy. That's something like that. can't really talk loudly. I've got to whisper it. Let's go this way. Hey, B sweetie, how you doing? Okay. Yeah, there haven't really been many jump scares. And generally, if I'm too loud, that's when the creatures get me. Yeah. Okay, I'll need that at some point then. Live ladder. It's better. Let's change. I need to bow in the warehouse. Yeah. I just don't know where I'll need this if it's further down there inside. Don't necessarily want to take it with me. Wait, maybe I'll just leave it here. And open this door. Okay. I'll leave it there. If I need to come back for it, I will. There we go. I need it for that. So. Grab that. I'll head back. A little bit louder at the moment because I'm walking normally. Just that. How many deaths can be paid out as you are over the maximum band? That is true. Okay. Okay. Let me. Oh, I'm whispering on the end screen here. Let me do that. Let me do that. 10 plus. Sadly, no one won. So what happens to points when no one wins? They just get lost into the ether? It's died. I didn't fully charge them before stream. Oh, that's cool. So if you didn't get the ladder, you could go through there. Chad had too much faith in you and you let them down, and that's true. Why? Fuck. I learned a valuable lesson tonight. I will never love again. No, Curry, no. It's dusty hair. Whatever.
No!
Whatever, game. Whatever. Thanks for that, Ken. Alright, I'm going to be back for a drink because I'm thirsty. We're just going to be here. BRB. Did I hear us? Hello, Sass. I forgot I was still in game. I need to add 2 to actually to that one because I didn't do the last one. Hello, Sass. How you doing? That's right. I think that walk on. I always forget about it. Always forget about it. Yeah, how did you go with all your stuff today? I'm sure Dollar was super helpful and you got everything sorted. And then it's all good for this week. Fingers crossed. Not sure if the walk-on or some of those in-game deaths scared me more. 100%. I think because of how quiet this stream's been today, 100% the walk-on would have scared me. Thankfully, I was walking away when it happened, but I think if I was in and locked in like I was before, I'd have shit bricks. $4 was in voice chat with me for 6 hours. Oh, fuck. $, though. But was helpful? We all good? Everything all Gucci?
And did you have you figured out why the issues are happening? Because it's when you said mentioned in your Discord the other day that it's like every time you're away for like 2-3 days, fucked. Redeem's fucked. Oh no, Sass. Oh, that's fucked. So, as in, everything's starting again, kind of thing, like the check-ins, or is it just Streamerbot redeems just aren't redeeming? Either way, fucked. But glad you sorted your audio. But that's shit though.
Streamerbot mostly. We needed a break in a new day. It's a big test. We'll be tomorrow to see if working. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I already had a break. The flashlight they've given for this area sucks. Okay, I can go up. Emma, go up. Tibbs is gonna give Streamerbot a judgy look if it doesn't pay you. Okay, where is it? Oh, it's over. We could. Down here. Yep. God, it's so fucking dark. The flashlight's fucked though. It's a brick. Anything over here? No. Okay. Back around here then. How many of those do I have? 2. got pranked. Bag of sand there. Fuck. There's a dog there. Oh, my bad. Am I meant to find where the power is? There's got to be something in here. Oh, it's... Fuck. Jump up, isn't he? Okay. Yeah, get with it. I don't know how the fuck. I don't know. I don't know how it got me. I don't know what triggered it for that to happen, because I was on the sand the entire time. And that should have
made it quiet. So that is sad. Hopefully it puts us back to where we did the power. Probably should have just ran the first time. Thank you, Ginge. Oh god, this game does it quite a bit, where I think when it's loading the next section, the mouse just like goes up or to the left or something, and it's really fucking annoying. So no, Daniel. 100%. No, listen, Daniel. No, listen. So, I got taken away. I got carried away by doing the death counter and the in the image and getting that to work, and then it was like 15 minutes to when I was meant to be streaming, and I was like, oh fuck. Turn my headphones on, and it's like 20%, and I was like, oh shit. So I ran to the bedroom, put them on charge because it's a micro USB, and that's where my only micro USB is at the moment, charging my phone charger. Anyway, it got up to 70%, but 70% isn't good enough. Computer, charge my headphones. Have some new cans. That's pretty good. Pretty good when they're all at 100. And they charge real fast. I just forget to fucking do it sometimes. How did you manage the death counter? All right. So the death counter, micro USB for your phone. No, so it's a wireless charger, Ginge. It's a micro USB into the wireless charger, and then phone goes on that. But I have to, yeah. But it is pretty much a phone. It is a phone charger from 2010 or around that. So it's one of them. It is no. It is a joke, but it's also 100% 1-to-1. Oh, I swear to God, Dan. No, I knew it was whatever. I managed the death counter. It was pretty finicky because every time I did minus decrement 1, it would be real fucky. I'll just quickly show you $, because look, I was pretty happy with it. How can I do this? I don't think there's anything here that's no. Okay, cool. Let me, if I go back, I go mean. Oh, I don't have it on this. That's okay. Easy fix. We can quickly. Marty, have you ever mistaken your dainty toes for delicious leguimes? I swear to God, Dan. This one here. So, so here, Dan, shit yourself. So pretty much, I've got my increment and my decrement, and then that just talks to the GDI text in OBS, and then I've got the actual grouped image and text in a scene that I nest into all the other ones, and then that is turned on and off. So turned on when I add, and then I turn it off on remove on 0, or when it hits 0, and then when I reset it, and then the text itself goes up. Text itself is pulled from StreamerBot into OBS. So, but it took a little finicky backwards and forwards with the removing and resetting. For some reason, what should have worked didn't. And I think it might just be the order of operations in StreamerBot and how it's done. So, for example, this one, in my head, I shouldn't need to have that one. And then it should have just been like you know, if it's above 0, do these ones. And then if it's below 0, I would do, you know, you would just set it to 0 and then whatever. But I had to then do this, and that just kind of works when I decrement by 1. But that's pretty much how I did it. Oh yeah, we hide on -1, but we did it all through Stream Elements though. Ah, cool. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about doing it through Stream Elements. I just wanted to know what I could do here. So it is, yeah, it's doable, and it's pretty easy to set up with all of this, and then with the Stream Deck too. But yeah, I hadn't really played around with nested scenes, so this was my first time doing that. But yeah, anyway, that's that. Sorry for everyone who wasn't interested about that, but I'm pretty proud of it and figuring that out. So, the overlay is all done with JavaScript. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you guys are smart. I don't know JavaScript, CSS, or HTML. I'm a little dumb. I just do easy easy ways. Yeah, I didn't change anything else. Yes, but that's how I did it through StreamerBot anyway. It is crazy what you can do through StreamerBot. I put blocks in order, do things here. It's nuts, and I kind of want to dive a bit more into what we can do, what can be done. I did try doing ! Clip and then the time and then the title. I think that works, but I don't think it works if you do ! Clip. But it should, but it doesn't. So I've got to look into that. Yeah, that's pretty finicky, but it's just nuts what you can do. Nuts and crazy. Is your yellow chair a climbing spot? Fine. It is. Yeah, it's StreamerBot is. I basically only use Stream Elements for the alert, but I think it would be really cool to move that all over to the StreamerBot if possible. I'm sure it could be. Then the issue is
I've done that, and I know how to do it with the death counter. I think I could probably move. Probably move a lot of things to StreamerBot. The issue is it'll just take time, and then you gotta test it. Oh. And then well, you gotta make it all work. Yeah, test it and set it all up and stuff. Just a timely process. Just do a Dan and YOLO without testing. That's such a classic Dan thing though, right? Classic Dan. Yeah. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Fucking thing. Fucking do it live. Dan. So I will silence the sound of your songs, Ezekiel. Not testing fights against his game dev mindset 100%. I've got to test it out, because when it doesn't work, I don't know, like, oh fuck, the whole thing's fucked. I think, Fishy, I think you've tried to do the exclamation mark clip before, and it didn't work, and I was like, oh, fuck. I was like a failure. Do I want to go in there? Yes. Yes, I do. Do it live, you mad. Live stream is the test. No, it's not. Do I have anything? I do. Take it. This is some shiny carpet.
And we're in a safe place. Very cool. Yeah, how is Melbs going? This is week 1 for you, isn't it? Bloody beautiful, mate. That's good to hear. So would clip just do the default clipping behavior? I could probably take a look at what you have and see if I could fix it. So at the moment I've got, because it's all done through C# in StreamerBot, and it should just do the default behavior for clip, and then yeah, if anything, you know, the timers mentioned afterwards. Mind you, I haven't looked at it since. I haven't looked at it all since Fishy tried. It was on the cards, but I thought the death counter was better. better to look at the moment. But yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not. But it could also work, and it might not add. It might just not be saying the message. So, clip your mutt. All right, fishy. Jesus. Chip clip. I did have mentioned to Zuna as well that we almost need a camera because Chip is currently fuck. All right. So Chip's currently asleep next to me. So I've kind of said, oh, we should have a camera that points there. And he's only there sometimes when I'm streaming. So remember, the door code has changed every week. The code will always be the current month, the day of, and the Monday of the current week. Where the fuck's a calendar? Need a drone with good AI to follow Chip around. Oh, that would be pretty cool. I think he'd shit bricks if there was a drone follow him around though. Show feet, foot cam. I hope you guys ask Dan in stream tonight for his oh, okay. 6:15 or 15:6. One of them. Chip is my favorite cat. 6. Done. Look at that. Show your stinky piggies your mutt. Dan. Can't even get Zuna to time you out. She's not even at the computer. Rip. Dan, you have such a way with words. She wouldn't anyway. No, she wouldn't. Which is disgusting, right? I'm just having a look at the soundproofing of this, and I don't think this is how soundproofing works, right? You almost kind of need it on all, or like the opposite where there's stuff there, right? So because you've got stuff here, it should really be on this wall. That's a blank wall. That should have some, I think. I'm not 100% across soundproofing, but I think that's how it's done. I had asked Dan. Fuck, I'm gonna die. That's okay. I had to ask Dan to recreate his cookie and milk vid, but using his feet. He didn't go for it.
No!
Dan, why not? Could you do it? Can you please do it, Dan? Please do it. Use your little grippers to grip a little cookie and dabble it in some milk. You know? New global timeout for Dan. Oh, maybe I should do exclamation mark Dan, and there's like a very small percentage. Why would it save you outside? Just save me inside. Save me inside. Save me inside. Why would you save it outside? Dumb. Stupid. 1 in 1,000 rolls just to time out Danny? Yep. That's what I'm thinking. Marty, have you ever been tested for autism? Nope. Have you, Dan? Thank you, Grim. Soundproofing not up to standard. Yeah, see, like I'm not across what is efficient soundproofing, but I feel like if you've got an empty wall, that's not going to stop sound as much as a wall with shelves on it, right? Use skim milk though, don't waste the good stuff. Full cream with extra dollop. I don't like this ginger and fish. Yeah, well, Dan, sometimes you go through life dealing with things that you don't like, right? And you just have to, I don't know, suck it up. Daniel? Was it 6:15? Yeah, it was. I love a cheeky timeout as a bit, Danny. This is fun. 999 times it times out the person redeeming. No, but then no one will do it, Dan. Do not redeem it. I can't do the voice, Dan, sorry. You can do it though. No, I'll do it. Okay, yeah, Fishy, yeah, you'll do it. Oh wait, the voice or the redeem? Or a script that has a random chance each time Dan writes a comment. Oh. That could, yeah. 100%, but it doesn't work and it's 100% of the time. Every time Dan writes a message, it just times him out. Times him out for like a second. Fuck, that would be annoying. Imagine trying to read chat and just every time Dan says something, it's just message has been deleted. Message has been deleted. Could have a diminishing odds, so first go around 1 in 1,000, next is, oh. Yeah, each time it doesn't time out. Yeah. Oh. That's fucked. All right, I can't. Because the save system. Also, surely this is almost done. Don't call me Shirley. They say Dan's soul. Or Dan's holes. Okay, it's late, I need sleep. Night dollar. Everyone say good night dollar. Night sleep time. I let the bed bugs bite. Awesome. Fake baby. This guy's sleepy. He snooze. No, go away. Stop.
You in jail. Right away. No trial, no nothing. Out right to jail. Right away.
Hey Max, how you doing? I have to go up. Why do I feel like I've got to go through that thing? Up there. That's where, right there. Stupid. I found it. What'd you find, Max? Okay. Got Ruby. The entrance. Oh, yes. Thanks, Grim. Max, thank you so much for gifting 6. You didn't need to. Oh no, my finger slipped. Yeah. Who'd you get with that? Oh, you got Ginge. You got Sharples, you got Kitty, you got Knightswood, Kalina, and Chino. So many cool people in that one. Thank you, Max. You didn't have to do that at all. Just a classic Max W. What's this? Need a crank. I'm gonna get away by boat. I'm back. Have you learned to be quiet yet? What do you mean by that, Stevie? Partially, Stevie. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Gonna inhale. little spaceship. I'm trying not to. Trying. I promise. I should go over here and do that actually. And there we go. It sounds like it's over here. Fuck, I swear, when they do the next quiet place, if they've learned how to swim, fucked. I need to take this. Oh god, not swimming aliens. Yeah. Well, they can't swim, right? At the moment. If they come back. They can swim now. It's fucked. Can I swim up? I don't. Just get in the water. I think. Yeah, no, I don't. Well, hey, I'm pregnant. Yeah, that's over here. That noise is over here. But they haven't really said. They can't swim or do complex math. Multiplications. No, rats. No, I'm not. Can't swim. No, it's not bullshit. I don't know if my character can swim. She probably can. How cute Squim. There's a noise over here that I don't love. That's the clicking noise. I'm curious how what's gonna happen when I start cranking. Use crank. Gotta keep it in red, not the white, but it's real fucking hard. Surely I could climb under that. Soldier Boy might show up. That's worse than the monster, 100%. Don't call me shit. Come on, over here. Throw the sand back at aliens. That's helping me. Helping me move. They hate sand. It's coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. Oh my god, talk about that. Have we all seen the Ahsoka Season 2 trailer? Very fucking excited for that. Very excited. Screen feedback. While near a lit screen, creatures cause interference with the device's signal. A loud noise will set off feedback that disturbs and distracts them. I'm assuming this is the last chapter of the game, because we're at the docks and the idea is to get away and to boat, right? No need to yell. Sorry, Criffy. Why are we still getting tutorials? I think I really dislike... Got so used to the whispering. Sorry, Criffy. Sorry, Criffy. I really dislike games when they do this. It happened in Callisto Protocol. It happened in... fuck. It happened in a couple other games that I've played that I've just removed from my brain. And I'm like, I'm really enjoying this, but I'm not enjoying the constant tutorials. Like, this is all... Yeah, new thing happened, must tell you about it. But, like, this is all stuff that could happen in the first half, and then it's up to you to get to a point where you're, like, sandbox of things to use. But it's like each time there's a encounter, it's only for this thing. So like this new one here will be, you know, doing this screen feedback will be the one to get away, right? But also this could have happened just after the cinematic that we had last chapter or whatever, like when we got into the tech shop, could have happened there. I mean, it's still not any better because it's a tutorial so late in the game, but see, I don't think so, Ginger. I think it's at particular points. I'm trying to think back and there hasn't been any screens, so should be able to learn things out on your own. And that as well. Sounds like time to refund the game. I can't. I've spent more than 2 hours on this. Or maybe I refund it with Steam and say, held my hand the entire way through.
I not read the tutorial properly? I thought it was when they got really close to screens. Whatever. Okay. I thought it was when they got close to screens, or do I have to hit them with the whatever? Okay. Okie dokie. There we go. There's another one. 19. So while near a lit screen, creatures cause interference with the device's signal. A loud noise will set off feedback that disturbs and distracts them. So yeah. Or do I have to hit... Do I have to make the loud noise? Why not just say throw a bottle near an on TV or on screen or whatever? So, because for reading this the first time makes me think that when the creature goes near a screen, that's when the interference and then the loud noise, and it'll disturb and distract them. But maybe I have to make the loud noise? We'll find out. We'll give this one a go. Review. This game held my hand so much I was expecting a proposal to go steady by the end of it. Or throw a Molotov at the alien. So there's no violence in this one at all from human side. So we don't have any Molotovs, no guns, nothing. It's basically bricks and bottles to distract, and you just run. So, so it is. You've got to throw it. Phasma, you are built to be violent. Yeah. That too.
don't know if this is the right way. That smells bad. Can I speak here? I can't speak here. Cool, cool, cool. There's a couple boats. Is this... I can't speak. I can speak in the cinematic, but I can't speak here. It might kill me. And I don't know when it's saved. Oh, cool. I don't choose when it saves, Max. It saves when it wants to save. Oh, it's still going. It's the fire station. Okay. So I thought this was a short game. It's not as short as I thought it was. Yeah, Max, I don't. It just does random safe places. And they're not necessarily all in the best place. Maybe it's short if you don't die 19 times. Fuck, I think you're onto something. I don't know why that got me. I don't know why that got me. it's time to show these aliens spots. Can I really do that while whispering though? If a tree falls in the woods, does an alien attack it? Fuck. Griffey, we're onto something. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, actually. Surely. Find a way to unlock the door. Fuse box. Okay. Just start walking around with that clipboard and a hideout. Every time one of them comes up, you just turn around, punch on it and say, "Office does that'll have to go there." Yeah. Do you know how many codes this violates, buddy? Yeah. It's not just green, it's so I don't actually know where it is. Okay. We need to get two fuses. Where would a fuse be? Shut it your face. There's a fuse. change. So I go back over there and get the... It's because I talked. I forgot that I can't talk when he's doing that as well. So here we're just getting fuses. It's just a puzzle game with fuses at the moment. I don't even know which one I'm meant to, where I'm meant to put and get the right fuses at the moment. So, but that one needed 2. So I could probably go back across, get the single fuse and put it in that one. Doors don't matter? No. No, they'll smash them. Section to refuse. It's just a secret area. So there was that one back in center that needed 2, I believe. So let's... NotMardee winning. Secret. Shut up. I'm burning the station down. Cool. Hey, Clips, how you doing? Welcome in. I don't think so. I'm not sure. It's a lot of firewood, yeah, true. So where am I? Where am I here? Valves to lower water levels. Oh, office. Okay, that'd be me there. So water supply is out and to the right. Okay, that's right. I'll find it all. Oh, this is a safe space here for some reason. Didn't you start this bit in the fire station? Foreshadowing. Yeah, that is true. The boat that we need is actually in the fire station. So yeah. I don't know how quick that fire will spread. If it will spread. I don't know. You know, if it is a loud fire, it would. I'm not sure. They also might not like heat. I don't know. This dev's on fire. This dev is on fire. Alright. So the sound cover from the sprinklers was the only thing. I'm gonna go check the systems. Right, okay. So they've already tried doing this? And it failed? I'm not sure. Oh, well. Okay, I'm gonna have to get in there somehow. You're on 20 after talking in that room. No, I didn't die. Smash it. Oh, it did too. Thanks, Ginge. I forgot. Yes. Sorry, I thought you meant talking in that room. I was like, that's a safe room. But you meant the other room. Yeah. Chips left me. Okay, we'll go down. Yeah, it annoys me. Your character isn't side foot looking to reduce noise when walking. Instead, it looks like the Scooby-Doo. Neat blank. Oh. That's great. Yeah, the other room when you died. I forgot about that room. I thought it was going to get me just then. It should have. Is that a... Okay. Okay. What's that up here? Give me the secret. I want the secret. Need a fuse. There it is. So for this way. Probably the way back. Fuse these. Dan also in silent mod. Broken as shit as usual. No. He changed to mic software. And I think he did a check and it was all working. Maybe not on stream. But that would be a
That would be a big thing if that's not working on stream. That's rough. But I'm sure he'll figure it out. Alerts balked. Alerts balked? Really? So I noticed that, Max, when you gifted before, I noticed that the sound didn't play like usual. Or I didn't hear the sound. And there's just something funky going on. Because someone else's alerts were broken the other day as well. Not Sass's. Someone else. I think Shad's was having some issues, but that might have been a PC thing actually. But like, there's something going on, something funky. Bit weird. Bit weird.
Thank you, Panda. Jesus. Alright. I go down here. Wheel. Hey, oh, he's down here now as well. This motherfucker. Okay. I thought I glitched out of stream because I'm ADHD. 3 streams. It's just quiet because of spooky music. I can't really talk else he'll nibble my bumhole. And I don't want that. Go away. Alright. Hiding under sprinkler's jet can cover the noise you make. Okay, cool. Holy shit, I haven't been able to speak at all in this section. I have had high asthma and it's super close quarters. Yeah, I can't say anything arts at all. It's this section's pretty fucked.
Where are you going, Chip? What's up? Where are you going? Hmm? You're just making your way across. What's happening? Where are you going? You want to come over here? Or are you just going to sit there? Hmm? Wake up. Hmm? Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Yeah. Come here. Hey, yo. Hmm? What do you want? You were just looking at me. And now you don't care. Hmm? Nothing's out there. Oh. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. All right. Oh, you're just going to chill out over there. Okay. Here we go. Where are you going? This way. This door here, I believe. Yep. Yeah, cool. I think I can talk in here. Yeah, cool, I can. Oh my god. Some real tense moments. It's there. Cool. Right, well. Pick you up. Don't think there's anything else here, just pictures, right? Yeah. Edie. Edie. Sweet. So I did the water supply. Oh yeah, okay, so that map is just for the room that we were in. Yeah, cool. Okay. And then I guess it's all working now. I went down this way and I didn't. Hello, Serby. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. How we going in, Raiders? How we going in, Raiders? How we going, Raiders? Jesus, I can't even speak. I've been whispering and I've been silent for too long. What were you playing? Crime Scene Cleaner. Oh, I think Zuni, you were playing Crime Scene Cleaner and you loved it. Yeah. So we'll need to pick that up at some point, I think. How we doing? Serby, welcome in. Hello. Crazy Wolfheart. Hello, welcome in. Sherlock. I lost a chair to the void, so I rage quit. Ah, fair. Losing items to the void is always fun. No, welcome in, Raiders. If you need to raid and run, Serby and your community, if you need raid and run, go for it. But otherwise, I'm playing A Quiet Place, The Road Ahead, The Road Within, Road Ahead. I believe I'm close to it. It's very, very tense. Very tense. But you know, I am a variety streamer, game dev in Brisbane, Australia. And yeah, we're just playing this, and we play a variety of games all over the place. I've been getting back into it actually. I got the whole place cleaned and I lost an item to the no-clip void and I needed the chair for 100% completion. Oh no. Does that mean you have to redo the entire level again? Or is it saved just before a super annoying bit? Because that is fucked, Serby. Absolutely fucked. Oh, I'm so sorry that's happened to you. I have to redo the whole level. Oh, that's so annoying. So annoying. So I was like, hey, fair. So fair. So fair. But I'm gonna jump back into it. As I said, if you need a run, go for it. I completely understand. And yeah, welcome in, everybody. And I apologize if I'm not super talkative, because if I talk, I will die. And I don't want to die. I'm going to die here anyway, because I failed an asthma check, so... There we go. Pure darkness. Can't tell what's happening right now. Yeah, I'll try not to yell and alert the monsters. Yeah. Hey, Grief. Oh, someone's dragging me?
Alex, thank God. Is that right? Alex, I'm so sick.
No, you can sneeze, Serby. You can sneeze.
Take this and go. Just go.
So I don't know how this chick has made it, because she... I mean, I guess she ran away.
I'm sorry. I know.
Oh my God, what have you done? That was so loud. Protects you from smoke, but it makes it difficult for you to breathe, and you can't use any inhalers. Try getting to the boat as fast as possible. Okay. Mhm. The worst. This flashlight sucks. This way.
It's gonna be very close.
That'd be what's her face. Yeah, cool. I think that's it. Surely. Surely that's it. I just got a bunch of achievements. Yes. Yeah, nice. I liked it. I do like it. I wish the tutorials didn't pop up towards the end.
Hello? Hello? Is someone there?
We're here.
Yeah, nice. That was good. That was really good. There we go. Beautiful. Oh. What am I doing? That was good. Look, I mean, I did think it was a short game. That wasn't a short game. I just got to come out of it now. I can't skip the credits. Alt F4 it is. Oh, fuck. All right. I am starving and I am tired and I am going to drop everyone off who is on. Oh. Oh, easy. Easy peasy. I know who to drop everyone off at. All right, we are it's been a good time. Everyone, thank you so much for being here and listening to my ASMR. I didn't expect it to go for that long, and I was going to play Amnesia Rebirth. But I believe I will do that next week now. So something to look forward to then. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. We're going to raid the lovely Bellar. It's Chaos Bella. She's currently playing the Choicer Voicer. I subbed because I thought it was an ASMR channel. Hey, I mean, well, we can go ASMR. ASMR Tuesdays, ASMR Thursdays, Sunday, ASMR. It's only ASMR from here on. I think that works. But that is it for me. I am starving, and I hear Zuna microwaving up some leftovers, so I'm keen for that. Anyway, we're going to start it up. I did spell things correctly. I did. We're going to do that. All right. They're the red messages. If you don't have a sub, use the top one. If you have a sub, use the second one, the animated one. But also, if you want to just do whatever, you can also do whatever. But no, thank you, everyone. Feel free to join the Discord. Be on next Tuesday. This coming Tuesday. Not sure what we're playing now yet. I do have a couple games that I have in mind. Hey, Scotty, how we doing? Welcome in. We're just heading off. Thank you for being here. But no, yeah. Tuesday, don't know what we're playing. Have a couple ideas. But yes, that'll be in the Discord. In the meantime, everyone have a lovely couple days. And yeah. Thank you for being here and experiencing such an ASMR game. All right, that's it from me. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.